Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Clockmaker of Mirevale. Chapter 1. The Tick Backward. The morning mist had already begun to curl around the eaves of Mirevale, like fingers tugging at memory. It hung thick in the air, clinging to windows and softening the sharp edges of the old stone cottages that lined the cobbled lanes. In the heart of the village, nestled between a shuttered bakery and an ivy-draped apothecary, stood a small workshop with a sign that read simply, E. Meyer, horologist. Inside, time moved differently, or at least it felt like it did. The workshop smelled of brass polish, aged wood, and a faint trace of lavender from the dried sprigs his wife had once tucked into drawers long ago. Dozens of clocks lined the walls, each ticking in its own rhythm, a gentle orchestra of passing moments. Grandfather clocks groaned with age. Cuckoos chirped on the hour. Pocket watches gleamed like captured stars in the amber light, filtering through the dusty window pane. Elias Meyer sat hunched at his workbench, a loop clamped into his right eye, hands steady despite the tremor that had begun to haunt him over the past year. He worked in silence, as he always did, save for the ticking around him. Time, after all, was both his craft and his company. He had long accepted the quiet. His wife, Margot, had passed nearly a decade ago, and his daughter, Clara, lived somewhere in the city, unreachable but not forgotten. His world had grown smaller with each passing year, collapsing gently into the circle of tools, gears, and solitary routines. That morning, as he adjusted the escapement of a battered wristwatch from 1912, the bell above the door jingled, a sound he hadn't heard in weeks. He looked up sharply, expecting perhaps the vicar, or Mrs. Linton, with another of her chipped mantelpieces. But no one stood at the door. Instead, on the worn welcome mat lay a package, small, square, wrapped in thick brown paper and bound with twine. Elias stood slowly, his joints protesting, and shuffled to the door. He opened it and glanced into the fog-shrouded street. Nothing, no footsteps, no retreating silhouette, just mist and silence. He bent to pick up the parcel. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, and he noted with some curiosity that there was no postage, no stamp, no return address. Only his name, written in an elegant but unfamiliar hand. To E. Meyer, Mirevale Clockworks, Mirevale, Dunsfield. He brought it inside, clearing a space on his bench. His fingers hesitated over the twine, as if some long-dormant part of him sensed the hinge of something greater in this moment. But curiosity, old and faithful, won out. Inside was a clock. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. A small desk clock in a walnut casing, perhaps 1950s in design. Its craftsmanship was impeccable. The gears inside were finely made, hand-etched with care. But something felt off. Elias adjusted his loop and leaned closer. His brows furrowed. The second hand was moving unmistakably backward. Tick, tick, backwards. He tapped the glass. The hand continued its reverse march, steady and true. He turned the clock over, looking for clues. There were no markings, no signature, no plaque, nothing to indicate a maker. Not even screws he could loosen. It was as if the clock had been sealed with intention. He wound it back carefully, expecting it to correct itself. It didn't. Instead, the hour hand, too, began to shift counterclockwise, dragging the past behind it. Elias sat back in his chair, unsettled in a way he hadn't felt since Margot's final breath. The air in the workshop seemed denser now, heavier with thought. He let the ticking fill the room and closed his eyes. For the briefest moment, no more than a breath, he saw something, a flicker behind his eyelids. Not a vision exactly, but a feeling shaped like memory. A snowy morning, a scarf wrapped around a small child's face, laughter, the smell of bread baking. Then it was gone. His eyes snapped open. The mist outside pressed harder against the window panes. He stared at the backward-moving clock. Something had begun, something was coming undone, or being rewound. And though he couldn't yet name the feeling rising in his chest, it was not fear, it was anticipation. Time, it seemed, had come looking for Elias Meyer. Chapter 2: The Village of Fog and Time. Mirevale was a village seemingly carved from another century, wrapped in folds of mist and memory. It sat in a shallow valley cradled by hills thick with pine and heather, the kind of place where time did not simply pass. It lingered, rain fell often, but softly, as though even the weather respected the quiet. Nothing rushed in Mirevale, not the post, not the sheep that wandered across the road, not even death. Elias Mayer had lived in the village his entire life. He had once thought of leaving briefly, in his youth, when the world beyond the valley had seemed large and filled with possibility. But time, as he knew better than most, had a way of folding in on itself, drawing people back like a tide. Now, in the winter of his life, Elias was as much a fixture of Mirevale as the sundial in the square or the wrought iron benches no one sat on anymore. People still passed his workshop and gave polite nods. Some remembered when Margot would hang flower baskets from the lintel. Fewer remembered the sound of Clara's laughter ringing through the alleyways. But no one knocked unless something needed fixing. On this particular morning, the one after the arrival of the backward ticking clock, Elias found himself watching the village through the warped glass of his front window. He'd pushed back his workbench curtain, something he rarely did. Outside, the fog crept low to the ground, curling around cobblestones like white smoke. Chimneys puffed lazy trails into the sky. The church bell tolled 9 times in the distance, muffled by the weight of the mist. The clock was still ticking backward on the bench behind him. He felt its presence as one might feel the low hum of an approaching train through the soles of their feet. It was subtle but insistent, a quiet gravitational pull, and yet the village itself remained blissfully unaware. Mr. Pembry, the apothecary, shuffled past with his cane, tapping it twice before every step. He wore his usual scowl, as though offended by the very concept of mourning. A young boy, Elias didn't recognize, likely one of the Holloway grandchildren, pedaled past on a bicycle too large for him, wobbling precariously. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp and singular. Elias turned from the window and made himself a cup of tea. He did so automatically, without thinking, each motion precise and familiar. Kettle, leaves, the battered blue cup Margot had loved. He carried it back to his bench and sat down, his knees cracking like brittle hinges. The clock ticked backward. He watched it in silence, trying to decipher the logic, the trick, but it wasn't a trick. He knew enough about mechanical movement to recognize intent. This clock had been built to move against the grain of time. It was no accident. His fingers itched to open it up, to see inside, but the casing remained stubbornly sealed, as though the clock wanted to be watched, not understood. It made him think of an eye, open, unblinking, ancient. He glanced around his workshop, noting how the fog had crept along the bottom of the doorframe, seeping in like a thief. His other clocks continued their normal rhythm. Their collective ticking, usually comforting, now felt dissonant. A room full of forward pulses and one in reverse. What did it mean? He leaned closer to the strange clock and whispered aloud. Why now? The moment the words left his lips, he felt a shift. Not a movement, exactly, but a tilt, as though the very air had leaned in to listen. A memory surfaced. Margot again, this time in early spring. Sunlight in her hair, as she read on the stoop with a shawl draped over her shoulders. He could almost hear the page turning. A soft wind, the smell of lilac, but it felt fragile, as if it might collapse under scrutiny. He blinked, and the moment was gone. Elias stood abruptly, setting his tea aside. He needed air, fresh air, something to break the strange spell that had settled over him. He stepped outside, closing the shop door behind him with a soft click. The mist wrapped around him immediately, cool and damp. He pulled his coat tighter. He walked slowly through the village, past the bakery where no bread had been baked in over a year, past the square where the rusted clock tower no longer chimed, past the pub that now only opened on weekends. Mirevale had grown tired, like him, quiet, forgotten, beautiful in its decay. And yet, despite the stillness, Elias felt that something had begun to stir, something old, perhaps older than the village itself. A quiet unraveling, a memory breathing beneath the floorboards of time. When he returned to the workshop, The mist followed him inside, like a guest. The clock was still ticking backward, and somewhere deep in the gears of his heart, something small began to move, reluctantly, like an old watch being wound after years of silence. Chapter 3. Unusual Deliveries. 3 days passed, and the mist never lifted. It curled through the village like a living thing, blanketing the rooftops, softening the edges of gravestones, and drifting in lazy swirls down alleyways that few people used anymore. To Elias, it felt less like weather and more like a curtain, something drawn between him and the world beyond, gently separating him from reality. He did not mind. The strange clock remained on his bench, ticking steadily in reverse, unmoved and unmoving. He had stopped trying to open it, not out of defeat, but out of respect. There was a silence to its defiance, a kind of whisper that suggested wait, and so he waited. On the 4th morning, as Elias lit the small fire in his iron stove and set water to boil, the bell above the door jingled again. He froze mid-motion. The flame wavered. He hadn't ordered supplies. No one had stopped by. His work was steady but sparse these days. An occasional heirloom or church tower mechanism brought in by someone too sentimental to throw it away. He opened the door, half expecting to see the same square parcel lying on the mat. He was only half right. There were 2 packages this time, identical in shape and size, both wrapped in the same coarse brown paper, the same twine, the same handwriting on the labels. One was addressed to E. Meyer, just as before. The other simply said, "Keep this close." His hand hovered over the second package for a moment. The instruction was personal, familiar, like a line from an old letter or the voice of someone long departed. He brought them both inside and laid them gently on the bench beside the first clock, which continued its backward ticking like a metronome counting down to something unseen. The kettle began to whistle. Elias made his tea slowly this time, as if dragging out the seconds would delay whatever the packages had brought with them. But eventually he returned to his workbench, took a steadying breath, and undid the twine. The first box contained a clock. He had expected that much. But this one was different from the last. It was smaller, square, and mounted in glass. No visible casing, no housing to obscure its inner workings. The gears floated, suspended within a clear cube, their teeth rotating in graceful reverse choreography. It was a marvel, a feat of design no common clockmaker could achieve without sleight of hand or sorcery. Elias leaned in. The craftsmanship was unmistakable. He would have known that etching anywhere, the delicate curl along the bridge of the escapement, the minute flourishes carved into the gear rims. These weren't just stylistic choices, they were his. He had carved designs like that in his younger days, when he still believed time could be made beautiful. Could it be a replica? A tribute? No. This was his work, and yet he had no memory of building it. His heart thudded once, hard. He turned to the second box, the one labeled "Keep This Close." Inside was a pocket watch, matte brass, heavier than expected, with a strange warmth to the metal. No chain, no visible hinges. The face was blank, no numerals, no hands, just a flat, empty circle beneath a glass pane that shimmered strangely in the light, like the surface of a pond at night. And when he held it in his palm, something stirred. A sound, not audible, but known. A lullaby hummed under breath, the soft weight of an infant's head on his chest. Margot's voice, quiet and warm, asking if he'd remembered to warm the milk. Elias sat down quickly. The bench creaked beneath him. The moment passed. He stared down at the blank watch in his hand, now still and mute. Its warmth faded, leaving only the cool touch of metal. He set it beside the other clocks. Then, as if sensing his unease, the first clock, the original, walnut-cased, backward-ticking one, gave a sharp click. Elias looked over. The hour hand had moved. Not backward this time, but forward, by just one notch. For the first time since its arrival, the clock seemed to acknowledge its surroundings, a response, a signal. He did not sleep that night. He sat by the fire, tea gone cold beside him, the fog pressing against the windows like breath on glass. The clocks ticked, some forward, some back, and Elias, for the first time in many years, felt entirely awake. When dawn came, he opened the curtains and saw the village bathed in silver fog. The sun behind it cast long, slanted beams through the mist, turning ordinary rooftops into shadowy shapes. Time in Mirevale had always moved quietly. Now it no longer felt like it moved at all. It folded, hovered, pulsed like a heart preparing to remember something it had long tried to forget. And Elias Meyer, old clockmaker, grieving husband, distant father, sat beside the ticking remnants of his life and wondered who had sent him these clocks, and why was one of them his? Chapter 4. The Echoes Begin. That night Elias dreamt in reverse. It began in the hospital. He saw himself standing in a corridor bathed in cold, flickering fluorescent light. But something was wrong. The motion of the world around him defied logic. A nurse moved past him, walking backward, her shoes squeaking against the polished floor in reverse tempo. The heart monitor on the wall pulsed with a flat line, then began climbing, beeping rhythmically in the wrong direction, a life beginning instead of ending. Elias reached for the door to the maternity ward, and his hand passed through it, not like air, but like water. He was pulled inward, then silence. He stood beside a crib. A baby girl, impossibly small, swaddled in pale pink, was being unwrapped gently by unseen hands. The cloth unraveled itself and folded neatly onto the table. Clara, his daughter, except she was growing smaller. Her cries reversed into sharp inhalations. The red flush of her face faded. She blinked once, then not at all. Her body lifted from the cot and floated backward into the arms of a younger Margot. And there Elias was, his younger self, tall and proud and exhausted, watching with wonder. But now that wonder unwound into tension. The smile reversed. He stepped back, out of frame. Margot handed Clara to a nurse. The lights dimmed. The scene bent inward, curling at the edges like burning paper. Elias awoke, gasping, sweat cold on his brow. The embers in the hearth reduced to faint red cracks. His hand gripped the blanket so tightly that his knuckles ached. It took a full minute for the sound of the clock's normal clocks ticking forward to reach him and ground him in the present. But one clock was different. He turned. The second of the strange timepieces, the clear glass cube, was spinning now, slowly and precisely, as if conducting the memory he had just relived. He stood, legs unsteady, and crossed the room. As he drew closer, he noticed that something had changed. Inside the cube, one of the gears, small, brass, tooth-worn, now bore a symbol he hadn't seen before, a tiny C, inscribed in the inner rim. Clara. He felt it like a cord plucked in his chest, sudden and sad. Elias turned away and went to the window. The mist had thickened again. He couldn't see the road, couldn't see the square or the lantern post where he used to walk Clara home from school on rainy days. He remembered her small hand in his, swinging with each step. She would tell him stories, wild tales about cloud creatures and singing trees, and he would nod along, half listening, half distracted by appointments and repairs. He hadn't thought of that walk in years, and yet here it was, vivid and warm, unraveling behind his eyes. He pressed his forehead to the cold glass and whispered her name. Somewhere in the workshop, the backward clock let out a faint click. Elias turned sharply. Another movement, another shift. It was as though the clocks weren't just marking time anymore. They were mapping it, unlocking it, releasing it, and with each tick in reverse, a thread from his memory was being tugged free. Throughout the morning, it continued. When he lit his pipe, the scent of tobacco brought back a vivid image of his father, sitting by the hearth, polishing a marine chronometer. When he adjusted a grandfather clock by the window, he saw the reflection of a birthday party. Clara's 8th, where he had laughed too loudly at a joke he didn't understand. Margot had kissed his cheek then, absent-mindedly. That moment had slipped from his mind, trivial and unrecorded, but now it returned with such clarity it stung. The strange thing wasn't just that he remembered, it was the direction of the memory. Each one pulled him further into his past. Not in flashes, but in full scenes, rewound and reassembled like film spinning backward on a reel. He wasn't just remembering, he was revisiting. By late afternoon, Elias had cleared a space in the back room of the workshop. He moved the 3 backward clocks, walnut, glass, and the blank pocket watch to a separate table. He couldn't explain why. He simply knew they were different. Sacred, somehow connected by a rhythm the rest of the world couldn't hear. He sat with them, tea in hand, and waited. The fog outside deepened. By dusk, the street lamps flickered on one by one, casting long golden shadows through the mist. The bells in the clock tower rang 6 times, hollow and slow. Elias remained still. When the 4th chime echoed into the hills, he saw it, faint, but there, the silhouette of a child, reflected in the glass of the walnut clock. She was dancing in the rain, hair plastered to her forehead, boots splashing in puddles. He saw her clearly, Clara, at 6 years old, and just as quickly, she vanished. The silence that followed was immense, not empty, but waiting. Ulysse Mayer sat back in his chair, heart thudding, as the backward clocks ticked on, steady, relentless, alive. The past had begun to speak, and it would not stop until it was heard. Chapter 5. Notes from Nowhere. The letter was not there the night before. Elias was certain of it. He had left the workbench meticulously tidy before retiring upstairs, a ritual long ingrained in him. Tools returned to their velvet-lined drawers, loose gears sorted by size, and the 3 backward clocks placed carefully under a sheet of linen, as though tucking children in for sleep. But now, as morning light crept through the workshop's crooked blinds, soft and pale like memory itself, a folded piece of paper sat on the bench, resting atop the walnut-cased clock, crisp cream-colored, unmarked, as though it had descended from the air in silence. He approached slowly, as if it might vanish should he move too quickly. There was no envelope, just a single sheet, folded once. Elias's name was written on the outer fold in delicate, sloping ink. Elias, for the hours you lost. His breath caught in his throat. He unfolded the letter with careful fingers. The paper was thick and textured, the kind often used for formal invitations or farewell notes. The ink shimmered faintly in the light, blue-black handwritten. No typewriter or printer could produce a line so alive. He read, "Time doesn't heal, it replays, over and over. And sometimes, if you listen closely, it asks to be rewritten. You have felt the backward pull. That's good. Don't resist it. Don't try to fix the clocks. They are not broken. They are doorways. You've been given a second chance, but only if you are willing to walk back through everything you tried to forget. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is seeing again, clearly. All of it. More will come. When you are ready." Yai. Elias stared at the signature, heart thudding. It was not a name, just a single letter. E. His own initial. He read the letter again, and then again. The handwriting was not entirely unfamiliar. Something in the slant of it, the looping of the die, the long, careful tails. It resembled his own, but younger, less stiff. The hand of someone still steady before the tremor had crept into his joints like frost under a door. He set the paper down and sat heavily in his chair. The linen covering the clocks now felt inadequate, like a curtain drawn too late. He pulled it off and looked again at the strange trinity on his bench. The walnut clock ticked backward. The glass cube turned gently, slowly rotating its exposed gears. The brass pocket watch still showed nothing. No hands, no time. But now, as he picked it up, he felt it vibrating softly, like the purr of a cat long since gone. Who had written the letter? The rational answer sat plainly before him. Someone pretending to be him. A trick, a hoax. But who in Mirevale would go to such lengths? He knew everyone, and none of them were clockmakers. And then came the other answer, the one he didn't dare speak aloud, the one that prickled at the base of his skull and whispered from the corners of his memories. What if it was you? Not you now. You then. Elias rubbed his eyes. He hadn't eaten yet. His tea was cold. Perhaps this was what isolation did. It fed your own shadow back to you in fragments. Still, the letter's presence could not be denied, nor the fact that it knew what he felt, because he had felt something. Since the first clock arrived, something had been stirring in him like sediment, shaken loose from the bottom of a long dormant well. Not just memories, longing, the ache of things left unsaid. Time, not as a measurement, but as a wound. He lit the stove, more for habit than warmth, and pulled an old journal from the cupboard above the hearth. It was bound in dark green leather, the cover cracked and dry. He hadn't used it in years. On the first blank page, he began to write. Clock 1, walnut case, backward movement, unknown origin, first memory echo, hospital, Clara's birth in reverse. Clock 2, glass cube, floating gears, backward movement, marked C on internal gear. Clock 3, brass pocket watch, blank face, vibrates when held. No temporal markings, possibly responsive to emotional stimulus. Letter received, signed E, possibly self-authored from another time. Tone, reflective, instructive, remorseful. Mentions doorways, suggests clocks are not objects but triggers or portals. He paused and stared at what he'd written. There it was, in his own hand, laid bare, like the first gear set into motion. He turned the page and began another entry. Not mechanical this time, but personal. He wrote about Clara, about how she had stopped calling after Margot's death, about the last conversation they had, short, clipped and unfinished. He wrote about Margot too, about the way her hands moved when she sewed, and how she used to read the newspaper aloud every Sunday, pretending she was a radio broadcaster. He did not know why he wrote these things, only that he had to. By afternoon, the sun had pushed weak fingers through the mist, and a soft golden light lit up the brass edges of the clocks. Elias looked around his workshop, once a sanctuary of order and precision. Now it felt like something else, a kind of sacred archive, a place where time did not simply pass, but looped and whispered and waited. The clocks ticked backward, and he listened. Outside, a magpie landed on the windowsill, peered in with its beady eye, and then flew off again, vanishing into the white veil of fog. Elias picked up the letter again and held it close to the firelight. The ink shimmered, faintly shifting shades, like oil on water. The words at the bottom seemed to pulse. More will come, when you are ready. And for the first time since Margot's funeral, Elias Mia whispered into the stillness. I'm not sure I ever was, but deep down, in the strange awakening part of him, he hoped he would be. Chapter 6, A Wedding in Reverse. The next memory did not arrive gently. There was no letter, no fog-muffled delivery at the door, only the clocks tick-tick ticking backward, and a sudden stillness that fell over the workshop like a held breath. Elias had just returned from his morning walk, damp from the mist and aching from the cold. He'd been gone no more than half an hour, but when he stepped through the threshold, something had changed. The clocks had stopped. All three. He froze in place. Not out of fear, but recognition, like hearing your name called in an empty church. The walnut clock's hands were motionless at 11:53. The cube's rotating gears had stilled in perfect suspension. Even the pocket watch, which had never moved at all, now buzzed faintly in his coat pocket, not with motion, but with intention. Elias stepped into the center of the workshop. The moment he did, it began. The room around him faded, not disappeared, but peeled away, like layers of translucent paper curling back from a lantern flame. His bench, the hearth, the worn tools in their drawers, the whole room dissolved into shadow. In their place came sound, faint at first, then louder. A violin, then another. Music drifting through the rafters of a small country church. Elias opened his eyes and found himself standing at the back of the chapel where he had once married Margot. The air smelled of wood polish and garden roses, and he could see people in pews turning toward the door, his door, as if waiting for someone to arrive. But this was not how he remembered it, because the music was playing in reverse. The melodies curled inward, each note retreating back into the last. The guests' heads were turning the wrong way. Even the petals scattered along the aisle were lifting from the floor, floating upward like birds startled into flight. And then he saw her, Margot. She stood at the altar, radiant and calm, the soft lace of her dress shimmering like mist in sunlight. She was not facing the priest, but walking backward away from Elias, her steps graceful and deliberate, undoing the moment with each motion. Elias wanted to cry out, to move toward her, to stop this impossible unraveling, but his body would not obey. He was bound to the rhythm of the moment, his feet rooted to the flagstones as if time itself demanded stillness. The ceremony continued in reverse. Rings were unslipped from fingers and placed gently back into a velvet-lined box, hands separated, fingers trailing in the air before disconnecting. vows unspoken, drawn back into mouths like breaths inhaled too deeply. Smiles faded into uncertainty. Tears unfell. The entire memory moved backward, not like a dream, but like an undoing. And then, just as suddenly, the church vanished. He was outside now. A younger version of himself was helping Margot down from a carriage. No, into it. The horses began moving backward down the gravel road, and Margot waved, her veil lifting toward her face instead of falling from it. Younger Elias turned away from the carriage, stepping backward into the church, his jaw tight, his eyes focused on the door. Elias followed him, still unseen. And for a moment, just a moment, he saw something in the younger man's expression. Not joy, not nerves, regret. It wasn't loud, it wasn't obvious, but Elias knew it now for what it was. The tight-lipped tension of someone already looking beyond the ceremony, beyond the vows, to work, to plans, to something else, to something less than her. The scene froze. The fog returned. The clocks resumed. Elias found himself once more in his workshop, seated, trembling, with sweat clinging to his collar and his hands clenched around the arms of his chair. The walnut clock ticked backward again, as if nothing had happened. But Elias had seen it, felt it. That day, the day that should have been the brightest of his life, had carried a shadow in its folds. A thoughtless one, unspoken and unformed. But there, he had looked at Margot, beautiful and brilliant, and all in, and he had thought, I need to get back to the workshop tomorrow. He hadn't meant anything by it at the time. Or maybe he had. Maybe the gears in his mind had always ticked louder than the voice of love. Maybe he had always seen her as a gift that would wait quietly, patiently, until the hours were his again. But time doesn't wait. Not for love, not for family, not for anything. He stood shakily and walked to the fire, stoking it until it hissed. He poured himself a cup of tea with hands that would not stop trembling. On the corner of the bench, the folded letter still sat. You've been given a second chance, but only if you are willing to walk back through everything you tried to forget. He sat down and opened his journal. Memory echo number 2. Wedding day, reversed. Church, guests, carriage, emotion, shame, sorrow, tenderness. Observation. I saw the beginning, and the beginning already held the end. He stopped writing. A tear had fallen on the page, smearing the ink. He didn't wipe it away. He let it stain the paper, like a signature from the part of him he had ignored too long. Outside, the fog clung to the windows once more. The village blurred. Inside, the backward clocks ticked on, and Elias Mia, the man who had once loved the illusion of perfect time, sat and listened to the echo of a vow he had only just begun to understand. Chapter 7. The Clockmaker's Legacy. The cemetery sat on a slope just east of the village, where the land began to rise toward the wooded hills. It was quiet there, even more so than the fog-silent streets of Mirevale. Stone angels stood weathered and watchful, their faces softened by moss and time. Iron gates creaked in the wind, and the path was worn by generations of careful footsteps. People came to grieve, but also to remember. Elias came to apologize. He hadn't visited Margot's grave in months, perhaps longer. The passing of time had become murky, the days bleeding into one another in his small ticking sanctuary of brass and glass. He had always told himself it was too painful, or too cold, or that she would understand. But standing here now, the excuses felt paper thin. Her grave was simple. He'd insisted on that. A slab of grey stone, with her full name, Margot Lynette Mireux, and the dates carved in an elegant serif. Beneath that, beloved wife, mother, storyteller. The last word had been Clara's choice. He brushed away a cluster of dead leaves and knelt stiffly, feeling the cold creep into his joints like regret. "Hello, my love," he whispered. The wind stirred in the trees. Elias reached into his coat pocket and withdrew the small brass pocket watch. It was buzzing again, faint but constant, as though it recognized this place. This moment, he set it gently at the base of the stone and leaned forward. "I've been remembering things," he said softly. Or, no, that's not quite right. I've been shown things. The wedding, Clara's birth. They're playing in reverse, like an old film spinning backward. But it's not just memory. It's sharper, closer, as if I'm being asked to see it differently, to see myself differently. He laughed, brittle and short. You would have called it nonsense, dreamy clockwork poetry, you'd say. But I know you'd also smile. You always believed in things before I did. Love, forgiveness, Clara. His voice broke slightly on her name. I failed you, both of you. He sat back on his heels and looked out across the headstones. Fog moved like tidwater between them. A magpie watched from a crooked cross. I've spent so long inside that workshop, polishing metal, fixing other people's time while mine fell to rust. And now, he looked down at the watch, still blank, still warm. Now it's all ticking backward, as if the universe has granted me one last chance to undo what I let go wrong. The stone did not answer, but he imagined Margot's hand on his shoulder, the way it used to rest there when he was deep in thought, grounding him. He stood slowly, brushing soil from his knees, and took the watch again into his palm. It stopped buzzing. The moment he touched it, a memory surged, not in fragments this time, but whole. He was sitting in the living room of their old cottage, Margot on the floor, surrounded by Clara's toys. She was laughing, head tilted back, eyes closed, full and unguarded. Clara, not more than 5, was building a tower of blocks beside her, reciting a story with the urgency of a child. How the words might escape her, if not spoken fast enough. Elias had been there too, but not really. He had one hand on a watch, tuning the spring, the other hand scribbling notes. He'd nodded along, offered smiles at the right times, but his attention had been elsewhere, always elsewhere. And now, from this distance, he could feel it, the hollowness of his presence, like a ghost of himself, haunting a family that deserved the real thing. The memory receded, the cemetery returned, and Elias, aged and weary, looked at the fog-draped trees and asked a question he never had before. What exactly do I leave behind? Not clocks. Not really. Timepieces break, they're forgotten, replaced. They weren't legacy, they were escape. Margot had left stories. Clara, if she still remembered him at all, had inherited silence. And Elias? He had left nothing but the tick of a room full of ghosts. But now, perhaps he had a sliver of time to rewrite that ending. He kissed his fingertips and pressed them to Margot's name. I'm going to try, he said. He turned and made his way down the hill, back toward the village, the fog swallowing his shape behind him. At the bottom of the path, the pocket watch in his hand vibrated once, sharply. Elias stopped. A whisper passed through the trees, soft, like a voice from very far away. There's still time. And though it may have been only the wind, Elias nodded, eyes brimming, and walked on. Chapter 8, A Visit from the Past. The knock came just as Elias was winding the last of the shop's clocks for the evening. It startled him. The village didn't knock. The postman left parcels on the mat, without ceremony. The vicar nodded through the window and let himself in if he needed the chapel clock tended to. Mirevale was a place of familiarity and routine, and a knock, clear, deliberate, and human, had become a rarity. He hesitated. The backward clocks had been quiet all day. The walnut one ticked with its usual, haunting rhythm. The glass cube had resumed its slow rotation. The brass pocket watch sat still, heavy in his coat pocket. But Elias had felt the hum of something not mechanical, but emotional building beneath his ribs since returning from the cemetery. The knock came again, softer this time. He opened the door, and there she was, Clara. Older than he remembered, but only because time had painted her in still frames in his mind. 8 years old, in red boots, 16 with dark eyeliner, 20 and scowling in the kitchen doorway as she told him she was moving out. Now she stood before him, wrapped in a wool coat, hair swept back, cheeks pink from the cold. Her eyes, Margot's eyes, searched his face. "Hi, Dad," she said. Elias gripped the doorframe. For a moment, all he could do was stare. She looked like a memory brought into focus. Sharper, more tired around the edges perhaps, but real. And standing here, he cleared his throat. "Clara, I didn't expect. You wrote," she said simply. "Or I think you did. I got a letter. No return address. Just said, come home." Ilias blinked. He hadn't written any such letter. Not recently, not ever, not in the way she described. But even as his mouth formed the words to tell her that, he remembered the note in the box marked "Keep this close." He remembered the signature, E, the same mark that had closed the letter she now claimed to have received. He stepped aside wordlessly and let her in. The warmth of the workshop washed over her, and her eyes drifted around the space she hadn't seen in years. She took in the worn wood floors, the shelves lined with ancient tools, the cluttered workbench, and finally, inevitably, the 3 strange clocks sitting apart from the rest. "Still smells the same," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "Oil and ash and lemon polish?" He managed a smile. "Lavender. Your mother's doing." She said it made the place less tragically male. A faint smile touched Clara's lips. She was right. They stood in silence for a beat too long, the space between them filled with ticking. Elias had no idea where to begin. There were too many words and too many years that had gone unspoken. He wanted to say, "I'm sorry, and I missed you, and you look like your mother," but nothing came out, only silence. Clara, ever braver than he had been, broke it. "What are these?" she asked, stepping closer to the backward clocks. Ilias followed her gaze, suddenly wary. He didn't know what would happen if someone else touched them. He hadn't tried. The clocks felt intimate, like extensions of his memories, his mistakes. He hadn't imagined anyone else could even see their significance. But Clara's hand hovered over the glass cube, her fingers brushing the edge. "They're different," he said quietly. She turned to him. "How?" "They don't keep time. Not in the normal sense. They rewind it. Pull it back through memory. She gave him a long look. "You mean like dreams?" "No, like truths." He hadn't meant to sound so certain, but it came out with conviction he didn't know he possessed. Clara studied his face, her skepticism tempered by something softer, curiosity, maybe, or hope. "And the letter? Did you really send it?" Ilias hesitated, then shook his head. "Not recently, but maybe I did. Sometime else. From somewhere else." Clara tilted her head. "You sound like one of Mum's old novels." That stung, but gently. He motioned toward the small sofa by the fire. "Please, sit, stay, as long as you'd like. I've been alone too long." She sat, setting her bag down at her feet. "I don't know if I'm staying. I don't know what this is, or if I even believe it. But I came because..." She stopped. "Because?" Elias asked. Clara looked away, into the flames. "Because I'm tired of running from ghosts." The fire crackled between them. For a while, they said nothing. The backward clocks ticked softly in the corner, pulling time in reverse, as if the room itself were exhaling decades of silence. Elias watched her in the glow of the hearth. His daughter, no longer a child, no longer a stranger. For the first time in years, he didn't feel like he was merely watching time slip through his fingers. For the first time, he felt like someone had walked into the clock with him. Chapter 9. The Workshop's Secret. Clara couldn't sleep. She had agreed to stay the night without committing to more, retreating to the upstairs room that had once been hers. Her suitcase sat unopened in the corner, and the floral wallpaper faded, peeling at the seams, whispered of a childhood she had long since packed away. Somewhere beneath the bed was the loose floorboard where she'd hidden her diary at 12, full of stories she wrote in the style of her mother's favorite novels and her father's coldest silences. She lay in bed for hours, listening to the house breathe. The clocks below whispered in layered rhythms. Not chaotic, measured, deliberate, forward and backward. The ordinary ones ticking out the present like marching boots, the 3 strange ones pulling memories inward like breath. By midnight, she gave up on sleep. The stairs creaked in the same places they always had. She paused outside her father's bedroom door, listening. No sound, then moved down into the workshop. The hearth still glowed faintly, casting the room in amber and shadow. The backward clocks sat undisturbed in the corner, as though sleeping. Clara stood in the doorway, watching her childhood haunt itself in silence. So much had changed, and yet not enough. She walked to the workbench. The tools were arranged with surgeon's precision. Everything was labeled, organized. Her father's world was still ruled by control. Even in his chaos he had order. But now that she was older, she understood what she hadn't as a child. Control is often a mask for fear. She scanned the shelves, the drawers. There was something unfinished in the way he'd spoken that evening. Something unspoken still hanging in the air. One drawer stuck when she pulled it. She jiggled it gently, and it gave way with a reluctant creak. Inside, wrapped in cloth and tucked beneath spare mainsprings and brass spacers, was a small wooden box. The latch wasn't locked, just old. Clara hesitated. Then she opened it. Inside were letters. Dozens of them. All addressed in the same careful, inked hand. All unopened. All addressed to Clara Meyer. She sat down slowly. Each letter was dated. Some stretched back over a decade. The earliest was dated only weeks after her mother's death. She picked one at random, opened it. My dearest Clara, I don't know if I'll ever send this. I don't know if I even deserve to. But I wanted you to know that I've been thinking of you every day. Not a single tick of a second hand passes without your name somewhere in my mind. I just never knew how to say it, right, or soon enough. Her throat tightened. She opened another. You were so brave at the funeral. Braver than me. I wanted to speak to you, to put my hand on your shoulder, but your pain made me feel like a stranger in my own house. I was angry at time, not at you, but I wore the anger like armor, and it made me distant. I'm sorry. Another. I heard you got accepted to university. I wish I'd told you how proud I was. I wish I hadn't stood at the window as you left, watching instead of running out after you. I have been watching ever since, from here, alone, and still too afraid. Tears blurred the ink. These weren't the cold, analytical notes of a clockmaker. These were the bleeding words of a man trying to reverse more than time, trying to mend the fractures in his own soul with paper and ink and too much silence. She looked around the room again. The ticking sounded different now. Not mechanical, human. Elias had never mailed these letters. Why? Out of pride, shame, or because he didn't believe she'd ever want them. A creak behind her made her turn. Her father stood in the doorway, wrapped in his robe, eyes hollow from sleep or guilt, or both. He looked like he had aged 10 years in the last hour. You found them, he said quietly. Clara nodded, unable to speak. Elias crossed the room slowly, sat beside her. He didn't try to explain. The silence between them was thick, but not cruel, heavy with things that had long begged to be said. I wrote them, he said finally, because I didn't know how to speak to you directly. I thought, maybe someday, when I was gone, you'd find them, and it would be easier. Easier than facing me. It's harder, she whispered. He looked away. I know. Clara closed the lid gently. Her hands trembled, but she kept them still. I read them, Dad. Not all, but enough. He nodded slowly, bracing for the verdict. I don't know if it fixes anything, she said, but it's a start. That struck something in him. Hope, perhaps, or simply relief. And then, as if on cue, a sound broke the moment. A click. They turned. The glass cube had shifted. One gear had moved forward, just a fraction, but unmistakably forward. Clara looked at it, then at her father. What is this? Really? He took a long breath. A mirror, maybe, or a message, or mercy. She blinked. From who? He met her eyes. From the man I used to be, trying to reach the one I should have been. The pocket watch in his coat stirred again. A whisper of movement, like time, just for a moment, had decided to listen. Clara stood. I need sleep, but I'm not leaving. Elias nodded, lips trembling. Then neither is the past. Chapter 10, time collapsing. The clocks woke him, not with chimes or alarms, but with silence. The kind that draped over the world just before a storm, too still to be natural. Elias opened his eyes. Darkness filled the room, but it wasn't night. The air had weight to it, a thickness that made each breath feel like pulling through velvet. His first instinct was to reach for the pocket watch. He had taken to sleeping with it beside him, beneath his pillow like a child clutching a talisman against nightmares. He touched it. It was vibrating, faint, irregular, like a pulse with no rhythm. Something had shifted. He threw off the blanket and stood, heart quickening. The workshop waited below like a stage just before curtain. The walls groaned faintly, not from wind or weather, but from something internal. A stretching, a tension. Time was bending. He reached the bottom of the stairs and froze. The workshop was lit, but not by firelight or lamps. A dull glow emanated from the 3 backward clocks, casting long, warped shadows across the walls. The walnut-cased one ticked with a slow, dragging tempo, as though struggling against itself. The glass cube spun faster than ever before, its gears a blur of brass and smoke. And the pocket watch, still blank, still handless, was humming, louder than he'd ever felt it. Clara was there, curled on the sofa, one arm tucked beneath her cheek, breathing slowly. The glow of the clocks brushed her face with gold and shadow. She looked peaceful, younger, as if something had begun to lift from her shoulders in sleep. Elias approached the bench. The ticking was becoming dissonant. Forward, backward, forward, tick, 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 then silence. He reached for the journal, wanting to write down what he was seeing, but as his hand touched the page, the room fractured. The walls did not fall. The furniture did not move, but his sense of the room shattered. Suddenly, he wasn't in the workshop. Or rather, he was, but not now. He stood in the same room, years earlier. Morning sun poured through clean windows. The air smelled of varnish and roasted coffee. A woman laughed somewhere upstairs. Margot, younger, vibrant. Clara giggled. The high-pitched melody of a child's joy danced down the stairwell. Till Elias turned, he saw himself. His younger self stood at the bench, hunched over a disassembled pocket watch, brows furrowed, muttering to himself. The same workbench, the same tools, but that Elias didn't look up when Clara's laugh rang again. Didn't even flinch. This Elias wanted to shake him. Look at her, he wanted to shout. Look at them. Stop squandering it. The scene flickered. Now he was outside, under the archway where Margot had waited every Sunday with their coats and the picnic basket. She stood there again, but in reverse, packing away the blanket, lifting half-eaten apples from the grass and placing them delicately into the basket, smiling. But it was the kind of smile people wear when they're trying not to ask why they're the only one smiling. It kept going. Moments folded atop moments. Fragments of life once rushed through, now replaying in haunting, meticulous reverse. His first watch sale, pride burning like a fever, while Margot sat beside him quietly, unseen. Clara's 10th birthday, the clock tower chime drowning out her voice as she held out a card she had made. The empty hallway the night of the funeral, when he had sat on the stairs with Margot's coat still in his hands and said nothing to anyone. And through all of it, one thing became terrifyingly clear. He had been there, present in body, moving through the motions, but never once still enough to see. Until now, the final memory burst like a flare. Clara, no older than 6, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a broken cuckoo clock in her lap. She looked up at him with eyes wide and hopeful. "Can you fix it, Papa?" And he had said nothing, because he hadn't heard her. He was reading blueprints, planning a mechanism for a client who had long since died. Clara had lowered her eyes, hugged the broken clock, and sat there quietly until sleep took her. The vision receded like a tide drawing away from shore. Elias found himself on his knees, back in the dim workshop, gasping for breath. The backward clocks had gone silent again. Clara stirred on the sofa, mumbling something in sleep. Elias wiped his eyes. He hadn't realized he'd been crying. His hands trembled as he reached for the journal, flipping to a fresh page. Memory collapse number 1. Multiple echoes. Unfiltered. Unprompted. Observation. Time is no longer linear. The past is bleeding into the present, not as metaphor, as experience. Emotion. Guilt. Mourning. Awakening. Conclusion. These clocks aren't just showing me the past, they're demanding I feel it. Entirely. Fully. Until I no longer look away. He closed the book. His heart still beat with a strange urgency, like it had heard something it couldn't forget. He looked again at Clara, now peacefully asleep in the room that had once pushed her away. Then, at the clocks, they were waiting. That much he understood now. Not merely ticking backwards, but counting down. to something. Chapter 11. The Clock in the Mirror. The mirror arrived without warning. No knock, no bell, no sound at all. When Elias stepped outside that morning, bleary-eyed and stiff from a night of fragmented sleep and uneasy dreams, the fog was already rising again. It pressed against the village like a slow tide, wrapping street lamps and rooftops in its hush. He moved instinctively toward the shop's front door, half expecting to find another parcel, another backward clock, another tremor in the thin skin of time. But what lay before him on the doorstep was not wrapped in twine or paper. It was a box. Black, square, glossy, unlike the others, and tall, waist-high, with smooth edges and no hinges. Elias hesitated. It didn't look like something delivered. It looked like something summoned. He touched the surface. It was cold and smooth glass, or metal. It was hard to tell. No note this time. No handwriting from another version of himself. Just a faint smudge near the top, as if a single handprint had been left behind and nearly wiped away. He opened it slowly, half dreading what he might find. Inside was a clock of sorts. It stood upright, embedded in a rectangular slab of mirrored glass. Its frame was sleek, almost modern, a startling contrast to the brass and wood of the previous clocks. The face was featureless, no numerals, no hands, just a dark, polished surface with one detail, a thin crack running from top to bottom, as if the mirror had begun to split along a fault line too old to name. At first, Elias saw only his reflection, drawn, silver-haired, eyes ringed with the deep circles of sleep, lost to memory. But then slowly, the reflection shifted. Not in the glass, behind it. The image staring back at him blinked and did not follow his motion. Elias stepped back, heart lurching. The mirrored surface rippled faintly, like the surface of a disturbed pond. Then the image came into focus. It was him. Younger, perhaps 40. The beard was darker, the lines around his mouth fewer, but the eyes, those were unmistakable. The younger Elias looked calm, still, as if waiting. Elias lifted a hand. So did the man in the mirror, but not in sync. The reflected movement came a moment too soon, anticipating rather than mimicking, as though the man inside the glass already knew what the man outside would do. "What are you?" Elias whispered. The mirror offered no reply, but the crack along its center deepened, just slightly, a hairline fracture spreading, revealing something beneath the surface. Then the ticking began, soft, rhythmic. From within the mirror, but there was no mechanism, no second hand, no dial. The ticking was coming from the image itself, from the younger Elias, as if the heartbeat of the past had been wound into the glass. And then a sound, barely audible, a voice. "You always look past what matters." Elias recoiled. The voice was his, but smoother, quieter, more assured, or perhaps simply more honest. "Who are you?" he asked again, breath catching. The younger reflection tilted his head. "I'm the version of you that remembered in time." The world tilted slightly. He wanted to flee, to throw a cloth over the glass and hide from what he had just seen, but he couldn't. The mirror held him in place, not with force, but with understanding. This wasn't just a vision, it was a confrontation. He stepped closer, met the eyes of the man he might have been. "I didn't forget them," Elias said aloud. The mirrored version didn't move, but something behind his eyes darkened, as though he disagreed. Elias reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the mirror. The glass was warm, and as his skin met it, another rush of memory hit him. But not a single moment, a dozen at once. Margot's hand in his Clara, dancing barefoot in the rain, his mother's voice humming to the rhythm of a kitchen clock, his first failure, his last goodbye. All of it, overlaid, layered, cascading backward. He staggered back. The mirror dimmed, the reflection vanished. All that remained was Elias, his true self, staring at his own haunted face. And beneath the surface of the glass, the ticking continued, steady, irreversible. The mirror was no ordinary object. It was the final piece of a clock that had no hands, no hour, and no future, only the past, staring back, asking to be witnessed. He brought it inside, placed it on the bench beside the others, and wrote one sentence in his journal. The past can't be changed, but it can be seen, and what we see, truly see, changes us. That night, Clara stood at the foot of the stairs and stared at the mirror. "Why does it feel like it's watching me?" she asked. Elias didn't answer, because it was. Chapter 12, a letter to himself. The morning after the mirror arrived, the air inside the workshop felt different, charged, as if something long buried had finally pushed itself above the surface. It wasn't just the ticking anymore, the sound was still there, yes, persistent and layered like rain on rooftops. But it was no longer confined to the clocks, it was inside him now, beneath his ribs, behind his eyes. A slow, pulsing reminder that time wasn't just something he measured, it was something he'd been running from. And now, time had turned around and was looking straight back at him. Elias sat at the bench with a sheet of parchment before him, the same kind he had used to write Clara all those unsent letters over the years. The pen felt heavier in his hand today, not because of age, but because of what he was about to do. He was going to write to himself, not a journal entry, not a reflection, not an analysis. A letter, direct, intentional, addressed to the man he had been. He didn't know why he felt compelled, only that after seeing his younger self in the mirror and hearing that terrible, gentle accusation, he needed to speak back. Or maybe speak through the silence he'd spent so many years cultivating like a fortress. The words came slowly at first, but then, like so many of his memories in recent days, they began to unspool of their own volition. "To the man I used to be. You won't recognize me. You probably wouldn't listen even if you did. You're too busy. You've convinced yourself that you're doing the right thing. That work is stability. That being needed is the same as being loved. You take comfort in hours and gears and measurements because they behave exactly as expected. People don't. But here's something you need to know. It doesn't matter how perfectly you wind a clock if you let the rest of your life fall out of rhythm. You're going to miss things, precious things. Not because you want to, but because you'll always assume there will be time later. Time to sit down. Time to say something kind. Time to say I'm sorry, or I see you, or simply yes, I'm here. You're wrong. There isn't always time. One day you'll be left with an empty chair by the fire and a cupboard full of letters you never sent. And the silence will be so loud it will start to echo. You think guilt is heavy? Wait until you meet regret. But I'm writing you this because something remarkable has happened. The clocks have changed. They've begun to unwind your life in reverse. Not to punish you, not even to warn you, but to show you what you couldn't bear to look at. They are offering you peace. And with that, maybe, if you're brave enough, a way forward. So listen. Listen to Margot's voice when she reads to Clara, even if you're tired. Watch her eyes. She is slipping away long before she leaves. Listen to Clara when she asks you questions, not with your ears, but with your whole heart. One day she won't ask anymore, and when you are tempted to stay another hour in the workshop instead of walking to the hill with them, go. Go now. While time still allows, you will not get that hour back. But maybe, just maybe, you can become the man who would have chosen them the first time around. It's not too late. Not yet. You're D. When he finished writing, Elias set the letter down on the bench beside the brass pocket watch. The watch, still blank, gave a single shiver of warmth. A small click echoed from somewhere deeper in the shop. He looked up. The mirror, silent since the night before, now held a reflection again. It was no longer the younger Elias. It was him. Present day, wrinkled, hollow-eyed, but sitting straighter, somehow. A man in the process of becoming someone else. The crack in the mirror remained, but it had stopped growing. Clara entered the room as he folded the letter. She looked from him to the mirror, then to the watch. Her eyes rested finally on the parchment. "What's that?" she asked. Elias held it up gently, the paper soft between his fingers. "A letter," he said, "to someone I used to be." Clara didn't press him. She only nodded, and for the first time in many years, sat down beside him at the bench. Not as a visitor, but as someone returning to something she hadn't even realized she'd been missing. The clocks ticked in their opposing rhythms, and for the first time Elias felt them synchronizing, not in time, but in truth. Chapter 13, Clara's Choice. The next morning broke gently over Mirevale, with soft light filtering through the mist like a memory, trying to return. The fog clung lower today, trailing along the cobblestones like a reluctant guest, not yet ready to leave. Birds called in the hedgerows, tentative and sparse, as though unsure of their own voices. Inside the workshop, the ticking had settled into something like rhythm. The backward clocks no longer felt disruptive. They had become companions, their strange motion like the breath of an old house, alive with quiet purpose. Clara stood at the window with her hands wrapped around a chipped mug. Her coffee had long since cooled, but she didn't mind. She wasn't really drinking it anyway. She was watching the village wake up, or at least pretending to. What she was really doing was thinking. Elias had been quiet since the letter, not withdrawn, but quieter in a different way, less out of guilt, more out of reflection. He moved more slowly, but not from age. His gestures had taken on intention, like someone afraid to disturb the threadbare peace that had begun to form between them. She hadn't told him yet, but she had a decision to make. She turned from the window and looked toward the back of the shop, where the three mysterious clocks sat with their impossible backward rhythm. The mirror among them had dulled slightly again. No reflections now, just glass like deep water. Elias was upstairs. She could hear the creak of floorboards, the faint thump of a drawer opening, then closing. She walked over to the clocks. Something had changed in her too. At first, they had unsettled her, objects clearly not bound to the normal rules of time. But over the days she'd spent in the workshop, she had started to feel them, not understand, but sense. The way you can feel music through the soles of your feet. She reached out and placed her fingers gently on the glass cube. Instantly, warmth traveled up her arm. Not burning, not frightening. It felt like touching sunlight through fabric. Muted, distant, familiar. And then she saw, not a vision, not quite, but an impression. She was sitting in the same room, older, laughing. Her father across from her, nodding along, listening. Tools scattered on the bench between them. A project shared. She felt something like joy bloom in her chest, unforced and unchained. Then it was gone. She withdrew her hand, breath catching. The pocket watch, still blank, pulsed once in reply. As though acknowledging her, she stepped back, sat down, let the silence settle over her like a coat. When Elias finally descended the stairs carrying a photo frame in both hands, he paused when he saw her. Something in her posture had changed, less wary, less guarded. He set the frame on the table. It was a photograph, one she hadn't seen in years. The three of them standing under the arbor in the garden behind the cottage. Clara was 7 or 8. Margot was holding her shoulders. Elias had one hand in his pocket, the other on the back of a wooden chair, looking slightly off camera. Distant, even then. "I found it behind the cupboard," he said quietly. Clara nodded. "I remember the day." Elias sat across from her, folding his hands, waiting. She looked at the clocks, then at him. "I was going to leave today," she said. His face remained still, but she could see the flicker of pain behind his eyes. He didn't speak. "I thought coming here would just confirm everything I already believed, that you were still closed off, still obsessed with time instead of people." He lowered his gaze. "But that's not what I found." Now he looked up. "I found someone who's trying," she said, "and I think that's worth staying for. At least a little longer." Elias's throat bobbed as he swallowed. "You don't owe me anything, Clara." "I know," she said, "but maybe I owe myself the chance to find out who you really are now." He let out a breath. Not relief, something deeper. A relief. She leaned forward, folding her arms on the table. "So, I want to help. Help with whatever this is," she said, gesturing toward the clocks. "I don't know how exactly. I don't know if they're magic or memory or some strange trick of grief, but they're doing something, and you're not meant to go through it alone." Elias nodded slowly, stunned by her clarity. "I don't know what they'll ask of us next. Neither do I, but I know I want to be here when it happens." They sat in silence a while longer, the ticking wrapping around them like the settling of snowfall. Outside, the fog was finally beginning to lift. Shapes emerged from the blur, rooftops, fences, the faint silhouettes of distant trees. The village was reappearing, just as something long hidden inside Elias was beginning to return. Clara rose and crossed the room to a small drawer tucked beneath the window. She pulled it open and withdrew a bundle of blue cloth, a roll of polishing rags. "Where do I start?" she asked, smiling just a little. Elias Mayer, for the first time in decades, smiled back. "With the gears," he said. "Always the gears. They tell you everything." Chapter 14. The Final Mechanism. It began with a sound Elias had never heard before. Not the familiar rhythm of ticking, nor the chime of the mantelpiece bell. This was something else. A low, resonant thrum that seemed to rise not from the clocks themselves, but from the space between them, like a vibration stitched into the air, humming through the floorboards, through his bones. It happened as he and Clara stood side by side at the bench, sorting through a tray of miniature gears and worn tools. Her fingers now confident, sure, even playful. They had spent the morning polishing brass, realigning pendulums, laughing quietly over the mess of old oil stains and rusted tweezers. It had become a rhythm of its own, not work, not memory. But then came the sound, and they both stilled. Clara looked to her father. "Was that one of yours?" Elias shook his head slowly. "No." The sound deepened. It wasn't threatening, it was solemn, purposeful. It carried a gravity that drew them toward the three backward clocks, or rather to the space behind them. The wall. Elias stepped forward, drawn by something ancient in him, something that felt less like curiosity and more like obedience. He reached out and pressed his hand to the wall. It gave, with a sigh like settling wood. A hidden panel clicked open. Behind it, a compartment neither of them had ever seen. Inside, resting on a bed of crushed velvet, was a fourth clock. But this one was different. It was the smallest of them all, no larger than a locket, but it shone with a light of its own. The case was made of a metal Elias couldn't name, something between silver and pearl, softly luminous and smooth as glass. The face bore no numbers, no hands, only a central disc that turned ever so slowly and in both directions at once. Clara leaned forward, breath caught. "It's beautiful." Elias didn't speak. He couldn't. His fingers hovered over it as though afraid to touch, and when he finally did, a pulse of warmth surged up his arm, spreading through his chest to the hollow places he had carried for years. This clock, this final mechanism, wasn't for keeping time. It was for ending it, or perhaps resetting it. And with that understanding came a shift. The workshop dissolved around them, not physically, but perceptually. The room brightened, not with light, but with clarity. Shapes sharpened, shadows faded, and time, always present, always ticking, seemed to pause. They were somewhere else. Not in space, but in memory's deepest chamber. Clara gasped, and Elias turned to see what she saw. His younger self, mid-40s, stooped at the bench, was building something. Not a commission, not a client's repair. This was different, private. He was assembling the first of the backward clocks, though he didn't yet know it. His face was filled not with pride, but with desperation. His hands trembled. A photograph sat beside him. Margot, smiling, laughing. "Gone," Clara whispered. He was already grieving. Even then. Elias nodded, voice tight. He was trying to rewind what couldn't be undone. They watched in silence as the man in the memory inserted the final gear, then collapsed into the chair, hands covering his face. "I remember this night," Elias murmured. "I didn't know what I was building. I just knew I wanted to go back." The scene faded. Then another emerged. Clara, 10 years old, holding a gift-wrapped box. It was her birthday. He was in the kitchen, poring over schematics, nodding absently when she whispered, "I made it myself." She turned, tucked the box on a shelf, and walked away without another word. Clara, standing beside him now, blinked back tears. "I had forgotten that moment." "I never did," Elias said, "but I buried it." The clock pulsed in his hand. Once, twice, and then silence. The vision ceased. The workshop returned. The final mechanism in Elias's palm was glowing, softly as though pleased. He looked at Clara, and in that moment he understood. This clock was not a machine. It was a key, a final piece that didn't measure the past. It freed it. not by changing it, but by accepting it. He turned to the bench, and together they placed the final mechanism into a cradle between the 3 earlier clocks. It clicked softly into place, and the room stilled. The backward clocks slowed. The glass cube ceased spinning. The mirror, for the first time, reflected nothing at all. No future, no past, only peace. And in Elias's chest, something he'd carried for decades, a weight, a guilt, a self-inflicted silence let go. He turned to Clara, unsure what to say, but she already knew. Her eyes shimmered, not with pain, but with understanding. With love reborn. "Dad," she said, "I think we're done building clocks." Elias Mira smiled, truly smiled, and nodded. "No," he said, "I think now we build something else." Chapter 15, A Conversation Across Time. The moment the final mechanism clicked into place, something unnameable happened. Not an explosion, not a blinding light, just a quiet, seamless folding of reality inward, like pages turning in a book faster and faster, until they blurred into something unreadable. Elias felt it first in his chest. A stillness, as though the clocks inside and out had all stopped in unison, and for the first time in years, the silence wasn't empty. It was full of waiting, full of breath, held just before a word long delayed. Clara, standing beside him, reached for his arm. "Dad." But before he could reply, the world shifted again. The air thickened, the fire in the hearth stilled, the ticking stopped, and the room began to change. The workshop dissolved. Not with destruction, but with gentleness, like fog rolling in to carry it away. The walls fell back into the dark. The floor softened beneath their feet. Light became shadow, shadow became light. The boundaries of the present pulled away like curtains, and Elias was alone. Clara was gone. The clocks, the tools, the walls, all faded. He stood in a space that was not a space, filled with a light that did not come from any sun. There was no up, no down, only a vast and quiet clarity. And then, from within that stillness, a figure emerged. Himself, not as reflection this time, not as memory, but real, tangible. A version of him in his younger years, 40 perhaps, dressed in the clothes he used to wear in the shop, sleeves rolled up, smudges of oil on his hands, his back straight, his eyes alive. They regarded each other. Neither spoke. The younger Elias moved first, stepping forward, hand outstretched, not in greeting, but in inquiry, as if asking, "What have we become?" Elias took a breath and answered the question without words, because the truth between them didn't require language. It lived in the shared silence of all the things that had gone unsaid across decades. In the moments he'd missed, the warmth he'd ignored, the chances he'd abandoned, they stood there, two versions of the same man, separated by years and shaped by pain. And at last, Elias spoke. "I blamed you," he said softly. "For so long. I thought if I could find you again, if I could confront you, I could forgive myself, or punish you." The younger Elias looked at him, eyes gleaming, not with defense but with understanding. Elias took a slow breath. "But you didn't know, you were just surviving, trying to make time behave, thinking if you controlled it well enough, you could stop anything from breaking." The younger man's mouth twitched, a hint of a sad smile. Elias continued, "But things broke anyway, not because of clocks, not because of fate, because I stopped listening." His voice faltered. "To Margot, to Clara, to myself." The younger Elias stepped forward again, and this time placed a hand on the older man's shoulder. It was warm, solid, real. "You did what you could," Elias whispered, a tremble in his voice. "And now, I'm trying to do what you couldn't." For a moment, they stood there, in perfect symmetry. Two men who had once been one, finally joined by compassion. Then the younger Elias said quietly, "Then let me go." And that was when Elias understood. The clocks had never been about time. They were never meant to bring back what was lost. They were meant to teach him how to release it. Not to forget, but to let go of the grief that had frozen memory in amber, to forgive the man he had been. He nodded. The younger version of him stepped back, and as he did, he began to fade. Not like smoke, but like music, finishing its final note. Elias watched as his past self dissolved into the light, smiling now, not mournful, not haunted, just the space brightened, the silence lifted, and then, gently, the world returned. The workshop bloomed back into being. Walls, windows, floorboards. The fire flickered. The tools gleamed. The clocks, normal and strange, resumed their ticking. And Clara stood where she had been, exactly as she had been, as if no time had passed at all. But something in her shifted when she looked at him. "You're different," she said. Elias nodded. "I spoke with him." She didn't ask who. She only said, "What did he say?" He looked around at the room, at the tools and the clocks and the ghosts they'd built together. He said goodbye. Clara stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Not like a daughter comforting a fragile old man, but like someone anchoring another who had just drifted too far. He embraced her back. Not stiffly, not uncertainly. Fully. Chapter 16. The Reset. The clock stopped at dawn. No warning. No great flash. No grand final tick. Just silence, complete and sudden, as if the world had drawn in its breath and chosen not to release it. Elias opened his eyes to golden light pouring through the workshop window. The fire had burned low in the grate, barely embers now. The morning fog, that eternal companion, had lifted entirely, for the first time in weeks. No, years. He could see the outline of the hills, green and dew-slicked, stretching beyond Mirevale, like the edge of something vast and forgiving. Clara sat across from him, her head resting against the back of the armchair, hair falling softly over her cheek. She looked peaceful, grounded, as if sleep had found her and held her gently through the night. Elias rose carefully, limbs stiff but sure, and walked to the bench. They were still there. The 4 clocks, the walnut-cased one, the glass cube, the blank pocket watch, and the final mechanism, still nestled at the center like a heart that had completed its last beat. All of them still, but not dead. They weren't broken, they were finished. He touched the glass cube, cold now, inert. Its gears were locked into perfect symmetry, not stuck, resolved. The mirror beside it showed only his reflection, no younger version, no ghost, just Elias Meyer, lined and grey, but clear-eyed and unburdened. Clara stirred. He turned as she sat up, rubbing her eyes. When she saw him, she smiled, not cautiously, not guardedly, but openly. "It's quiet," she said. He nodded. Dave stopped. She joined him at the bench. Together they stood over the clocks that had unraveled their lives and sewn them back together. "Does it feel over?" she asked. He thought for a long moment. "No," he said. "It feels like we've been rewound to the right place. A new beginning, not as though time had been turned back, but as though he had finally turned around to face it." Clara reached out and touched the pocket watch. The blank one. It remained still, but no longer empty. Subtle etchings shimmered across its surface now. Not numbers, not hand, moments. She traced them with her finger. A tiny flower, Margot's favorite, pressed once into a book. A tiny music note. A child's shoe. A curve like a smile. "It's not a timepiece," she said. "No," Elias agreed. "It's a memory keeper." He took a breath, and for the first time in his life, he meant to exhale without looking at a clock. The rest of the day passed quietly. Elias and Clara opened the windows, let fresh air rush into corners long shuttered. They swept the floor, cleaned the workbench, packed away the backward clocks, not hidden, not banished, but preserved, honored. They placed the final mechanism in a wooden box and slid it onto a shelf above the hearth. A keepsake, a compass for what they had found, not what they had lost. Clara boiled tea, while Elias stepped into the garden, now overgrown but bathed in light. Bees hovered lazily above wildflowers. The old sundial still stood at the center, covered in moss and lichen. He knelt before it, hands in the soil, and gently buried the walnut clock at its base. A quiet ritual, not goodbye, just gratitude. When he returned inside, Clara had laid 2 cups on the table. "Still take it with honey?" she asked. He smiled. "Always." They sat and drank, and the ticking of time, ordinary time, resumed around them. A kettle's cooling hiss, The creak of warm wood, the rustle of leaves beyond the window. Unremarkable, beautiful moments. The rhythm of life. Forward, now. Together, Chapter 17. Letting Go. Elias stood alone in the garden as the last light of day stretched across the sky, turning the hills into gold-rimmed silhouettes. The air smelled of warm earth and lavender, stirred gently by a breeze that whispered through the high grass like a voice just beyond hearing. He had always believed time was something to be tamed, something to measure, to master. But now, as he looked down at the freshly turned soil at the base of the sundial, where the first of the backward clocks now lay buried, he understood what it truly was. A companion, not an enemy, not a tyrant, just something that moved forward, regardless of whether he was ready or not. The sundial's face had been scrubbed clean that morning. Clara's idea. They had knelt together, brushing off the moss and bird droppings. The years of neglect, now the engraved Roman numerals shimmered faintly in the fading sun, not keeping time, but marking it a monument. Not to control, but to remembrance. At the center, nestled in the shadow of the Numun, Elias had placed a small brass plaque, "To the hours we lived twice, and the ones we've yet to live." He'd had it made years ago, a blank project he never finished, a phrase that had come to him once in the middle of a sleepless night, scratched on the back of an invoice and tucked away. It felt right now. He closed his eyes, resting one hand on the sundial. Letting go had always sounded like failure to him, like weakness, but this felt like strength, like finally placing something back where it belonged, and no longer carrying its weight. Behind him, the workshop light glowed softly through the open door. Clara was inside, thumbing through the pages of the journal he had kept throughout this strange journey. She had asked to read it, and he had agreed, quietly, without fanfare. He didn't pace as she read, didn't worry what she might find. He was done hiding from his own story. Elias returned inside just as she was closing the book. She didn't look up right away, just ran her fingers along the cover. Then, at last, she met his gaze. "I understand now," she said simply. He nodded, and though no words followed, a wave of relief passed through him, as though the story, long coiled tight inside his chest, had finally exhaled. Clara handed him the journal. "What will you do with it?" Elias thought for a moment, then placed it beside the wooden box that held the final mechanism. "I think it belongs here, not to be locked away, but not carried either. Just kept, like anything sacred." She smiled. "I'm glad you didn't go through it alone. I wouldn't have made it through without you." They stood there in the soft hush of early night, surrounded by shelves and clocks, wood and memory, silence and healing. "I keep thinking," Clara said, after a while, "about how I used to imagine you talking to your clocks, like they were people." "They were," he said, with a quiet chuckle. "I just didn't know how to talk to actual people then. And now?" she asked. He looked at her. "And now, I'm learning." That night, Elias lit a small fire in the hearth, not for warmth but for tradition. Margot had always loved a fire in the evenings, even in summer. It made the room feel like a gathering place, she said. A place for stories. He sat in his chair and picked up one of the older, forward-ticking clocks, the kind that simply told the hour and no more. He wound it gently, not obsessively, just as one might brush a cherished coat or water a plant. He set it down, watched its hands move. They were slow, they were steady, and for the first time he wasn't chasing them. He was simply watching them go. Chapter 18. Forward. Together. The workshop opened its doors again on a Tuesday. There was no announcement, no sign hung in the village square, no grand reopening, just the quiet sound of the latch lifting and the door creaking wide, the scent of oil and fresh wood polish drifting out into the morning air. Elias stood in the doorway, wearing his work apron. His shoulders, though still stooped with age, no longer bore the weight of years unspoken. His hands, once shaky, then still, now steady, gripped the edge of the frame as he looked out onto the street. Mirevale was waking. A boy passed with a bundle of bread under one arm, trailing crumbs in curiosity. A pair of older women paused at the corner to peer toward the shop, whispering behind gloved hands. The church bell rang 9 times, slow and sonorous. Behind Elias, the workshop was transformed. The space had not been gutted or repainted. It still bore its age, its history, but it had been warmed. A new table sat in the center of the room, wider than the workbench, more inviting, not for repairs, for company, for collaboration. A small bookshelf now held the green leather journal, next to a worn copy of Margot's favorite novel. A framed photograph of the three of them, Margot, Clara, and Elias, stood beside it, gently lit by the window, and on a new shelf above the hearth sat the wooden box, holding the final mechanism. Clara appeared from the back room carrying a small crate of tools. She wore her mother's old cardigan, sleeves rolled to the elbow, smudges of polish on her thumb. Her hair was pinned back with a simple clip. She looked like herself, but more grounded, like someone who had come full circle and decided to stay. "You ready?" she asked. Elias nodded. "I think so." They set the tools on the new table and began unpacking, not in silence, but in conversation. Clara spoke of a friend who might bring an old metronome from the school. Elias wondered aloud if they might take in commissions again, but only the kind with stories. They laughed about the state of the drawers, now that she insisted on labeling them properly. Then, the door opened. An old farmer entered, hat in hand, cradling a pocket watch that hadn't ticked in 30 years. He paused when he saw the two of them. His eyes widened slightly at Clara, then returned to Elias, uncertain. "You're open again?" he asked. Elias smiled. "We are." The farmer stepped forward, set the watch on the table. "It belonged to my grandfather," he said. "I kept it in a drawer. Couldn't bring myself to throw it away." Clara picked it up, examined it gently. "Every old watch has something left in it," she said. "Even when it's stopped?" he asked. Elias answered this time, his voice calm and sure. "Especially then." As the days passed, the workshop filled, not with customers, always, but with visitors. People came not just to fix things, but to remember them. A girl with a broken locket, a widow with a cracked barometer, a teacher with a bell that hadn't rung in years. Clara and Elias worked together, not to restore time, but to honor it. They created new pieces too, not clocks, exactly, but something else. Quiet little sculptures, each with a moving part, a ticking heart, a story embedded within its gears. One told the phases of the moon using shadows and light. Another spun only when held in warm hands. They called them keeps. People didn't ask for the time when they bought them. They asked for meaning. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills, Elias and Clara walked through the village toward the edge of the valley. The path wound past the cemetery and up toward the overlook where Margot used to sit and read. They didn't speak much. They didn't need to. At the top they paused and sat on the bench, the one Elias had repaired just the week before. The world was laid out before them, mist low in the hollows, the rooftops of Mirevale glowing gold, the river glinting like ribbon. Clara took his hand. He squeezed it gently. "You think she'd be proud of us?" Clara asked, her voice quiet. Elias looked at the horizon. "I think she already was." They sat a while longer, watching the light change. Then, as the first star appeared in the deepening sky, they rose and walked home, together. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.